Our session is about to begin. Before we proceed with the event, please have a seat and make yourself comfortable. And most importantly, please switch your phone to silent mode. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, greeting of virtue, and may peace be upon us all. Distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and we are delighted to welcome you to the Regional Strategic Gathering of the Acsc APF 2023. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Janice Joyce, and I will be accompanying all of you as the master of ceremony of this event. Before we begin, allow me to read the main agenda of today's event. Starting from thematic discussion 5 on social human rights and safe space of vulnerable and marginalized group with speaker Prof. Irwanto from Atmajaya University Indonesia, Ryan Silverio, representative from Asian Sogi Caucus, and lastly Pop from NOC Thailand. Then, thematic discussion 6 about alternative regionalism with speaker Ryan J. Martins and NOC Timor-Leste. All thematic discussion is open to everyone to join, then closed by the plenary closing to discuss the next strategic plan ahead to the Acsc APF 2023 in September. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the fifth plenary discussion that will be discussing deeper about human rights and safe space of vulnerable and marginalized group. So, without any further ado, I would like to pass the floor to the facilitator, NOC Indonesia, Bawike from ADF.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Maulani Rotin Sulu from the Asean Disability Channel. Thank you for your. So I have to apologize a little bit because I just come today. So and then the steering committee is just asked me to be the facilitator, but it's an honor for me today. So as the yeah, our first speaker is Professor Irwanto, and then the thematic issue is safe space. Yeah, since the Miss Komkanok Kumta has already here, maybe we can give the time for Pap to be the to give the address as the first speaker today. Yeah, yes, please, Miss Pap. I think Professor Irwanto and also the Ryan. Maybe we change the. Is it? Okay. So today, when we talk about the vulnerable and the marginalized group, we give the floor for Pop.
Thank you. So, thank you, everyone here and online. So, my name is Pop. I'm from Thailand. Normally, I'm working on abortion rights with the organization called Tham Thang, a local abortion rights organization in Thailand. And normally, my profile is about women rights activists and democratic activists. So normally I protest and makes a movement on young people and women to be a part of the democratic movement. So we reclaim the space for young women and women in the space of democracies and politics. So today I would like to talk about women's rights and also sexual reproductive health and rights. for women and young women. So in this time of years in Thailand, we are having an elections this month on 14th. So every unit of CSO like very active on preparing a panels, discussing on policy, like bring the politicians and political party and discuss on what the policy that the party want to support on for the CSO, and so all the rights have been active and have been discussed a lot this time, from education rights, health rights, labor rights, worker rights, for until women rights and sexual reproductive health and rights. So this time of year in Thailand about minority rights and women rights, we gatherings from people who work on safe abortion, people who work on sex worker rights, and women who live with HIV, and sexual groups of CSO who working on sexual violence and domestic violence. Um, so those rights, sometimes people don't recognize it as a human rights. Like for example, abortion rights, many of CSO doesn't count abortion rights, and sex worker rights is a human rights. But actually those are human rights as well, because we have rights to access to health, and we have right to be free from torture, we have right to live. So being sex work is also right to work, and we have to make sure that it separate from human trafficking. We cannot say like in the big picture that everyone will forced to be sex work. It's not like that. So we cannot say like everyone forced to be sex work, but it's their choice to work as well. So sex work is work. And also women who live with HIV in Thailand, we face a lot of discrimination. Um, so when we want to work, we will be asked for taste the blood. So actually it's our right to privacy to keep what our healthy conditions is, our health condition is a secret, but actually in private sector and in government sector, they always ask people to do the blood test, and then we get discrimination because it's not secret anymore when the company knows, and then people knows, and then we get discrimination, and sometimes we don't get the employment because of we have HIV. So we demand to Thai government for stop. We demand for Thai government to stop like testing the blood for employing for the jobs, and also the privacy when the woman with HIV go to the healthcare or hospital, it needs to be a system to keep the secret and be very private for them to feel safe to get the medicine. And also this time in Thai movement, we get to the point that period pad need to be state welfare. So period pad is one of the inequalities that make women cannot have enough resource as men. So because we need to use some resource that we have to buy the period pad. So to make equity between gender, period pad need to be provided by the state. So we have this campaign, and many political parties start saying that the period pad will be given for free, but right now period pads still get charged by VAT, like they charge the tax. from period pad. So we have the campaign like, why you get the tax from my period. Um, and so about abortion, sorry, about abortion rights. 2 years ago in Thailand, the legals have changed from illegals for all of the type of abortion to uh, under 12 weeks of pregnancy, still legal to do it in Thailand. But we still face the discrimination, the hospital, even the law changed, but the hospital still refuse to do abortion for women and young women. Because the stigma and the belief of religious that doing abortion is a sin in the Buddhism in Thailand as well. So we campaign on the state to provide this safe abortion service after the law have changed. But you know, like even in Bangkok, there are no public hospital doing safe abortion for women and young women because of the stigmatized, and even Bangkok have the highest technologies from all the across the Thailand. Like they can do the sex um, sex change, like for trans men, trans women, they can do anything but abortion, which is the very easy as of the healthcare. Even like general doctor can do it, but they refuse to do it in Bangkok. So we have people who live in Bangkok around 13 million. Uh, 13 million, and half of them are women, and women who want to do abortion needs to go another province to get abortion, not in Bangkok. So it's very embarrassing for CSO and for Thai people to know that the biggest city doesn't allow people to access to safe abortion. And also we have CSO who working on the safety of women and young women in domestic violence and sexual violence. Like in Thailand, even it look like the gender equality is quite kind of progressive, but it's not true. We still have the gender role that's strict. Like women need to do the household and to taking care of elder and to taking care of kids. And there are still a high numbers of women get killed by their partner. Every day will be a woman get killed by their partner in Thailand. This statistic is show that the ideas of men manipulate and men maintain the status, the power in family is still there, and men feel like they can use the violence against women. They can even kill if they feel it right to kill um, women in their families. Yes, yes. So even you look at Thailand, it like look like free country, but it's not like that. We still have that in mind. Like men have more power, and men. It show in the parliament as well that we have only 15% of women in the parliament, and the majority is men and very old men. So we also try to make more space for young women to have space in the parliament, and to have the space and voice out about what they think. And we want the lens from women to look at the politics and policy, but it's the background of the histories of patriarchies, and the people who hold the power is very long stories. It doesn't easy to change like immediately. So CSO in Thailand also have the campaign on gender quota to make it faster to have gender lens and women lens in the parliament, but it's still people don't accept the gender quota. They feel like it's kind of cheating when you have gender quota in the um, in the parliament. It means it's not a free and fair competitive. They feel like it's not free and fair competitive between women and men. So so they against the gender quota, but actually from us as an feminist activist, feminist CSO, we we know that gender quota will bring up the voice of women, like because the started point we don't have the enough resource or even equal resource. When we born, we were told that we shouldn't speak much. We need to be quiet and behave like girl. And when boy born, they have the right to speak up. They can do some adventure things, and the way that people in the society grow up their children, boy and girl, is differently. How can we fight? How can we compete each other equally when this sort since we born it doesn't equal? So we think the gender quota is one of the way out to make the society more equal. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Pap. Can we give yeah, yeah, I would like a little bit give a highlight for several issue that I think it is cross-cutting with the Indonesian as well, maybe, and disability issue as well. So like physically and psychologically health, yeah, for the workers, and the issue on employments, as well as the domestic violence. Gender quota, affirmative action in gender quota, but Indonesia may be a little bit ahead relating to that. And then political space. Yeah, I think Pak Irwanta has already, okay, then if if there is any burning issue from the presentation, maybe, or clarifications, maybe the participant would like to say something. I would like to give, because since we are still in a, yeah, sure. Uh, 3 persons maybe, participants. So, yeah. Okay, one, the lady over there. Can somebody help to pass the mic? Or you can go at the front. Yeah. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah. I like your presentation and what you say, and I want to say that I support your agreement statement. I know it's very difficult to work in this field, especially when you talk about like sexual reproduction, about like sex worker or like GBV, gender-based violence. It's very difficult because it's religion-based. Like when we say about like Thailand, it's we are Buddhist, but you know, like in the other side of the world, it's a lot of prostitute in Pattaya and everywhere. But why don't it's legal? I mean, they have the right to do. I mean, why don't it legal? I understand what you say. And in terms like abortion, yeah, I know like CSO and NGO work very hard on it, and even the legal say like, okay, you can do their abortion under 12 weeks, but yeah, like you say, the hospital like deny it because of the faith based, because and it's not only in Thailand, it's, I would say it's Southeast Asian or even the States, United States. Like if you see the news, they change the law and people protest because like they change that you cannot do abort because of Catholic believing. So it's very difficult, and I want to ask the question like how you can work against the religion believing. I'm not saying religion is not good. I'm respect diversity, but I'm free thinker. I can go to the temple, to the church, or even like, I mean, I respect even Muslim. I'm fine, but how you can change the mindset because it's very strong. Like even I talk with the Catholic, like they say like don't go for abortion, keep the children. Even you're poor, you're poverty, you don't have money to raise the children to have a better life, but keep the children. And then what else is the another problem? Like when they're born, they don't have, mom, they don't have dad. It's another problem in society. But my question to you, like how you can change the mindset when you work in, the people in the community, because like it's very sensitive when you talk about abortion, gender-based violence, and sexual liberty, and when you touch the religion. Yeah, thank you.
So, okay, another one, yeah. Uh, excuse me, the ladies with the.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's really interesting what is your presentation. I would like to share our experience as women migrant workers in Malaysia. Uh, we talk about gender-based violence. The situation of domestic workers, migrant, is real gender-based violence. All is we are isolated, and why until now they still not recognized as worker. There's also this because we are all women, and they think that domestic work is kind of woman work, and it's not really need acknowledgement from the government. I would like to share about the situation in Malaysia. That's women migrant workers. If they are found pregnant, it's considered it's have a disease. They have to return back to their home country. Uh, and even though the Malaysian last 2022 they have an amendment the Employment Act, but there's a lot of improvement for the women protection, which is the increase the maternity leave, and also they have paternity leave as well. But theirs is exclude for the migrants. This kind of discrimination toward us, even they are need us, and they're like, we are not human. We cannot have uh, like uh, families plan like this. So just imagine who domestic worker more than 20 years is really impact to their families planning. And also regarding the policy that not allow the migrants to get pregnant, this become a lot of practice, yeah, illegal abortion, and will be impact to that health of the woman itself. And there's a lot of also unwanted child, and some they just some cases they throw in the dustbin, yeah, in the trash, and some they a lot of stateless children in Malaysia. I just imagine now the number has become increase and increase, and we should think that no matter how they are human being, how the kids they have access for the education, even they don't have the citizen as well. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So, Pop, would you like to give a short response?
Thank you. So I would say when we work with the communities, we we don't really want to touch about religions because it's really against the belief, but we will talk about how important that safe abortion that need to be there for people who need it, like and also safe abortion is the way to make society like peaceful and still have to make women have better equality of uh, better quality of life. Like we will say that look at this woman. If you don't allow her to get abortion, then what will happen to her? She already have 4 kids, and she already have nothing to feed that 4 kids. And if we think about religious that we shouldn't do the abortion, and who will feed another kids, like, and we try to make public look at the society system, like the welfare system that doesn't cover for for kids. Like we don't have any support. Yeah, government will pay 1,000 Thai baht for like when you born, but is that it not enough for cover anything, and it's still a lot of burden for the mothers and the family to raise a children. So we more talking about the risk, the reasons that women want to do the abortion. It's is already the responsibility for her families and for the society that she, because abortion doesn't an easy decision to do, but she already make the decision to do the abortion. It means she already do the responsibility to what that happened to her and what will happen to the families and what will happen to the society next. Like, so we call the woman who makes the decision on like doing abortion is the one already have respond on their what happened to their body. So but in Thailand, what happened is that the Buddhism institution, the Buddhist institution doesn't came when the law gonna change. The Buddhism institution doesn't came and say anything like against the abortion, but the Catholics and the Christian is came out and talk about they against the the um, the amendment of the laws. So it means Buddhism doesn't really feel like this is a problem, but they will say it's in the way like if you do the abortion in this life, you will never have a good luck. You will have very bad fortunes of your life, and then the ghost will stuck on your shoulder, and you will hit you will have you will hurt the shoulder forever, because the ghost the baby ghost will make you sick, something like that. So this kind of thing, but this belief it with doctor. So the Buddhism institution itself doesn't really against, like they just let we do it, but then the belief is get into the head of the doctor. Then the doctor refuse because they don't want to get involved in any abortion because they're scared of the ghost that will stuck with their body forever. So this kind of belief that's still going on, and we try to tell them that it's a better choice for women who do abortion when they decide to do it, and it's better for their quality of life for their family. So we try Asian that they want to do the abortion. In Thailand, we also have this support when the local migrant worker CSO will support them to get to the safe abortion service. But in Thailand, you know, the healthcare, we have universal healthcare. Uh, so the government will pay for what, like if you sick, the government will pay all of the treatment. So, and they also have money for doing safe abortion is 3,000 Thai baht for a case, but you need to have Thai citizen to get that money. Like you can do it free in the public hospital, but you need to be Thai citizen. It mean migrant worker cannot access to this kind of service, but actually they can access, but they have to pay on their own, which is very expensive. So if they don't get support from any CSO or any organization, then it's almost impossible to them to do the abortion in Thailand as well. This is what the problem that we try to make Thai government accept that abortion healthcare it need to be a service for migrant worker as well.
Thank you, Pop. So I think when we are coming into the gender equality issues, it is an endless discussion until now, yeah, in particular in ASEAN countries, of course. That is why we put, I mean, the organizer put it in the human rights issue in particular. Okay, we move to the second speakers from ASEAN Sogi Caucus, Mr. Ryan Silverio. So Ryan, the time is yours.
Hi, good
Hi,
morning
good morning
everybody.
everybody.
Salamat
Salamat
pagi. This is
This
Ryan
is
from
Ryan
ASEAN
from
Soji
ASEAN Soji
Caucus.
Caucus.
Sorry, I cannot
Sorry, I
join you
cannot
live
join you
in
live in
Jakarta. I'm
Jakarta.
joining you
I'm joining you
remotely.
remotely.
Okay,
Okay,
first point.
first point.
ASEAN Soji
ASEAN
Caucus
Soji
was
Caucus
formed
was
way back in
formed way back in
2011,
2011,
and that was
that was
also in
also in
Indonesia
Indonesia
during the
during
time
the
when
time when
Indonesia took
Indonesia took
the
the
chairship role
chairship
of the
role of the
ACSC-APF as well
ACSC-APF
as the
as well as the
ASEAN. It
ASEAN.
was at a
It
time
was at a
when
time when
ASEAN was
ASEAN was
forming
forming
a
a human
or
rights or
strengthening the human
strengthening the
rights
human rights
mechanism,
mechanism,
and
and
LGBT
LGBT
activists across the
activists
region
across the region
felt
felt
left
left
behind
behind
within the
within the
process.
process.
There were
There were
it led to
led to
subsequent
subsequent
advocacy
advocacy
efforts done by
efforts done by
LGBT groups
LGBT
across
groups
the
across the
region.
region.
For
For
example,
example,
lobbying
lobbying
for
for
the
the inclusion
inclusion
of
of SOGIESC in
SOGIESC
the
in the
language of
language
the
of the
ASEAN
ASEAN
Human
Human
Rights
Rights
Declaration, and
Declaration.
more
And
efforts
more
were
efforts
done
were
by
done by
groups,
groups,
and that led
and
to the
that led to the
formation of
formation of
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 ASEAN Soji
ASEAN Soji
Caucus. So
Caucus.
for
So for
us,
us,
engaging in the
engaging in the
ACSC APF
ACSC-APF
2023 in
2023 in
Jakarta, it's
Jakarta,
like
it's
coming
like
back
coming
home.
back home.
Now,
Now,
what are the key
what are the
issues
key
that we
issues that
want
we want
to
to
raise in
raise
this
in this
afternoon's
afternoon's
forum?
forum?
The first
The
point
first
is
point
that
is that
given the
given the
context that we
context that
have
we
an
have an
intergovernmental body,
intergovernmental
the
body, the
ASEAN, which
ASEAN,
is a
which is a
hostile
hostile
institution towards
institution towards
LGBTI
LGBTI
persons,
persons,
we are
we are
envisioning a
envisioning a
safe and
safe and
inclusive
inclusive
civil
civil
society
society
space. And
space.
this is a
And this
huge
is a huge
expectation for the
expectation for the
ACSC-APF.
ACSC-APF.
For the
For the
longest time, we
longest
do
time, we do
understand that the
understand that the
ACSC-APF has been
ACSC-APF has been
open
open
for
for
LGBTI
LGBTI
activists to
activists to
participate.
participate
From
from
2006, when the
2006 when
first
the first
LGBTI
LGBTI
language was
language was
integrated in
integrated
the
in the
conference
conference
statement
statement
of the
of the
ACSC, of the
ACSC,
ASEAN
of the
Civil
ASEAN
Society
Civil Society
Conference, and
Conference,
then followed
and
by
then followed by
2010 when it
2010
took
when it
place in
took place in
Vietnam, and then
Vietnam, and then
forward
forward
to the
to the
subsequent
subsequent
ACSC APF. There's
ACSC-APF.
always a
There's
SOGI
always a Soji
language,
language,
but it
but
shouldn't
it
be
shouldn't
left
be left
on the
on the
language
language
alone.
alone.
We're happy
We're
that
happy that
LGBTI or
LGBTI or
SOGI is in the
SOGI is in
final
the final
conference
conference
statement, but
statement,
we are
but we are
looking for
looking for
more
more
intersectional and
intersectional and
inclusive
inclusive
actions
actions
done by civil
done by civil
society
society
organizations.
organizations.
No,
No,
so
so
for us,
for us,
while we
while
look at
we look at
ASEAN as a
ASEAN as a
hostile
hostile
environment,
environment, we do
hope
have
that
hope
within
that
civil
within civil
society, within
society within
ASEAN, we
ASEAN,
are
we are
SOGIESC
SOGIESC
inclusive and
inclusive and
intersectional.
intersectional.
Indeed,
Indeed,
advocating for
advocating for
LGBT rights
LGBT
in the
rights in
Southeast
the Southeast
Asian region
Asian
is
region
very
is very
challenging. So
challenging.
first
So
is that the
first is that the
recognition of
recognition of
SOGI as
SOGI as
inherent
inherent
elements within
elements
human
within
rights
human rights
obligations of
obligations of
ASEAN
ASEAN
governments
governments
is very
is
low
very low
and is
and is
continuously being
continuously being
challenged.
challenged.
There is
There is
state and
state and
non-state
non-state
resistance to
resistance to
LGBTQIA plus
LGBTQIA
rights
plus rights
claiming,
claiming,
which is
which is
often
often
rationalized as
rationalized as
defense of
defense
national
of national
security
security
or in
or in
protection of
protection
public
of public
morals.
morals.
Second point is
Second
that there
point
is
is
a
that there is a
prevalent notion
prevalent
that human
notion that
rights of
human rights of
LGBTQI plus
LGBTQI plus
persons is
persons is
considered by
considered by
many
many
governments as a
governments as a
ploy
ploy
to
to
further
further
Western
Western
agenda.
agenda.
And
And
even from the
even
country
from the
where I am
country where I am
from,
from,
quite
quite
recently,
recently,
opposition
opposition
against
against
moves to have
moves to
a
have a
SOGI
SOGI
equality bill,
equality bill,
which is
which
being
is being
pushed forward
pushed
by
forward by
conservative
conservative
Christian
Christian
groups.
groups.
They're now
They're now
using that our
using that our
advocacy itself
advocacy
is
itself is
funded by or
funded by or
influenced by
influenced by
global north
global
or
north or
Western
Western
countries, which is of
countries, which
course
is of
isn't
course
true.
isn't true.
The third is that domestic resistance is always fueled by the unholy alliance of right-wing politics and conservative religious actors, which have recently been framing their opposition using rights-based principles. So, for example, anti-LGBT rights groups are now using freedom of religion or freedom of belief as the basis of their critique on our rights. And for the past years, we've also been witnessing that every time there's elections in conservative societies, oftentimes the anti-LGBTI rhetoric is quite strong, and it also leads to increased reprisals against LGBTQIA rights activism. Many countries have been vocal against advancements on LGBT rights. So, for example, during the debate in the Human Rights Council back in July 2022, when the Human Rights Council was voting for the extension of the mandate of the UN independent expert on SOGI, representatives from countries like Indonesia and Malaysia vehemently opposed a resolution, and they didn't even use the term SOGSC or LGBTQI, but rather used it as concepts or issues or elements, which they always argued that there is no universal. And then there's criminalization of LGBTQIA plus persons, which in countries include Malaysia, Brunei, to some extent Indonesia, and Myanmar. Singapore, on the positive side, has repealed Section 377A, which is a law that criminalizes consensual same-sex acts against men. And the decriminalization in Singapore is one positive advancement within the region. And also in countries where there is no criminal law against LGBTQI plus persons, there's a strong cultural and religious rhetoric, which to some extent hinders any advancement towards legislation. Over the past few years, we've also witnessed the growing engagement of LGBTQIA plus activists within the pro-democracy movements. One testament to that is Thailand. Another case is Myanmar. The very vocal and visible participation of LGBTQIA plus activists in the pro-democracy movements. However, resistance undertaken by state forces has also lodged LGBTQIA plus and make it and equate it as part of the opposition. And any articulation of LGBTQIA plus rights also leads to higher risks of reprisals, not just on the basis of SOGSC, but also on the basis of activist stance on democracy, on the inclusive. But on the other hand, we also feel that pro-democracy movements do not necessarily address the rights of LGBTQIA plus persons. So what am I saying here? Pro-democracy movements, including for us who are engaged in the ACSC-APF, should also work towards having an intersectional approach. No, if there are LGBTQIA plus organizations that are facing reprisals, pro-democracy movements should also express solidarity to that, and groups that are affected. There's more that I'd like to share, but I'd like to push forward a couple of recommendations since we are planning for the ACSC-APF. Number one is to make sure that the ACSC-APF remains to be a safe and inclusive space. So reaffirming the need for an SOGSC inclusion as amongst the protected categories in any non-discrimination or equal rights principles that we do uphold. Second, use the ACSC-APF as a space to articulate critical and sensitive issues that ASEAN doesn't want to confront. And if ASEAN doesn't want to confront on these issues, we have to collectively find other spaces where we can raise this effectively. Third is to promote and ensure meaningful participation of marginalized groups. So this includes LGBTQIA plus persons, indigenous persons, religious minorities, non-believers, persons with disability, youth, amongst others. And it's make the ACSC-APF not just a space for deliberation, but also move forward to being a space for action. So that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ryan. So, Ryan addressed a particular and important issue, mainly for the law protection that is in Southeast Asia still rare, and then address several recommendations to make sure the safe and inclusive space, as well as promote meaningful participation. So we will move to the third speakers first. Bapak Insinyur Irwanto. Ya, ya, Pak Irwanto,
Yeah.
the floor is
Okay.
yours.
Okay. Saya sudah. Apakah terdengar suara saya? Do you
Yeah,
hear
we
my
can
voice?
hear you.
You can?
Yes, we can hear you, Pak Irwanto.
Okay. I also post my slides on the chat. Could somebody help me share the slides, please? Okay, next slide. Yeah. Who don't see the slide? I cannot see the slide. Yes, I can see that.
Yeah, yeah, okay. The slide is ready.
Thank you. Thank you. Now I can see the slide. My dear friends, distinguished guests, if any of you are there, excellencies, fellow Asians, my name is Irwanto and I'm an academician at Atmajaya University in Jakarta. I've been working a lot with marginalized population and I thank you very much for inviting me to this important forum. I hope I could share something that is worth considering in your effort to convince the government and to convince ASEAN to treat all of us equally as partner to the government. As academicians and member of the minority group, a person with disabilities, I greatly appreciate the idea of ASEAN CSO People's Forum. And I hope one day, even though I sound a bit sarcastic, but a bit reserved, but I hope one day we could fully achieve that. Next slide, please. I believe that when the idea is accepted and committed, I hope this will provide fresh air to commonly toxic and congested air in countries like Indonesia, where social minority communities are ignored and often persecuted. I think That's the same experiences elsewhere in ASEAN. Next. But I kind of have to stop for a minute and think which community. Of course, we are talking about marginalized community, but which marginalized community? Is this question still a relevant question with us? Well, we try to act together as marginalized community. To me, it is still a very valid question. Which community? Why? Next. It has become normative in our legal system in Indonesia to have a chapter on community participation, but people have different ideas about this, and it has never been considered and implemented seriously. So, first of all, the idea is good. In Indonesia, it's even put into the law, but politically, culturally, it is still a tokenism. Next slide, please. My working assumption is that if we are going to be in partnership with, especially with the state, then people-centered governance is feasible only when all people are equally recognized and their emerging needs are not pitted against each other for the sake of priority ranking. I've heard in the discussion earlier that this is what's happening too in many countries. Uh, that community is more important to government than this community, uh, and uh, then the other one has some priority and the other one is neglected, something like that. Next, I also think that the question of equality and equity is still relevant and issues of partnership with the state. And not only that, I think this is still relevant among us, among communities uh, of social minority. So, as you stated in your concept paper, that this has been uh, the idea has been uh, proposed many years ago, but if we look at the reality until today, and why we come together today is because of this, because we still see that not all people are recognized equally. Not only that, my work with persons with mentally ill, person infected or living with HIV, LGBTQ, person who stigmatized because drug use and things like that. When we uh, when we uh, invite them together, we will see and feel that among them there are still a lot of issues of we, of us and you, and of uh, let's say I see here like eligibility. Sometimes uh, we don't even make serious effort to look at other marginalized population and say, well, we might have different issues, but we do have shared experiences and stigma and discrimination, and therefore we need to work together. That's the spirit of intersectionality. But the spirit of intersectionality is good only in paper policy and policy papers. I mean, in actuality, again, there's a gap between after understanding it as a concept and understanding it as a guidelines for development. Next slide, please. How important is it? In countries like in Asia, social minority groups and community exist only as statistics. I believe this is not only Indonesia, but in all other countries, people with disabilities, LGBTQ, uh, sex workers, many of us who consider minority uh, are still treated as numbers. And these numbers does not mean anything. Then just we, the government, knows that they are there. If you ask us, do you have any a person with this oh yeah, with this characteristic like LGBTQ or person with disabilities? Of course, the answer will be affirmative. Yes, we know, and uh, we know the number. But when it comes to could we reach them, and could we involve them in our programs, then it becomes a different problems. Because statistics and many government like in Indonesia are not sometimes aggregated according to different types of social minority. So many social minority groups are still hidden population. What we know right now, like again in Indonesia, that uh, many of us who belongs to the social minority groups are lumped into a specific category, such as, of course, target population of beneficiaries, or in Indonesia, many of us, like myself, as person with disability, we are called people with social welfare problems, or penyandang masalah kesejahteraan sosial. Even worse, they don't call us people with social welfare problems, but they call us in abbreviated manner, PMKS. The result is very clear. When resources are always limited, their needs become the least important because they were never important in the first place. Next, please. Okay. Of course, then your response might be that's why exactly that we need this forum. Okay. I agree. We need this forum to deal with the problems that I have uh, presented and other people have presented to this uh, forum. I agree because all of us are also taught and brainwashed about no one left behind, right? SDG, no one left behind. That has been in our mind all the time. We thought without getting into the complexities of it. But we know everyone and their papers and their proposals is to uh, achieve the goal of eliminating poverty so that no one left behind in our development. Unfortunately, a lot of people, especially in my field with disability, always remind us that justice, equality, empowerment is not and never a gift, not by the powerful, not by politicians, not by policymakers, and not by researchers. Justice, equality, and empowerment should be something that we ourselves have to do, have to reach collectively. Next. For that reason, my questions to the forum is, have we come to a collective consciousness of our rights? Are we all gathered in the room and also participate with the Zoom? Do we believe that we have come to a collective consciousness of our rights? I doubt it. Many of us members of the marginalized communities are conditioned to accept our fate. It's okay for them to be treated differently because we are different. Therefore, we need our leaders, all of us here, to untangle this helplessness. Leaders of marginalized communities, which I mean leaders is not a formal leaders, it could be anybody who can lead the group, need to get past of the self-looking glass, need to get past of, of looking inward within their groups only. Ryan says about intersectionality. We need to look beyond beyond us, beyond one category of marginalization. And only by doing that and try to respect the experiences of others and accept this as a shared experience, then we come to a collective consciousness. Otherwise, we are busy with our own business. And we will never overcome the issue that we put forward to the state, to ASEAN, because we will be easily pitted against each other. And not only that, we oftentimes felt self-pity because we could not do anything. While in reality, a lot of people in difficult situation, they could uh, fight for their rights, and therefore we need also to learn from this defiant, so-called people who, despite of the difficulties, they survive well and acted like just other people, no different. This collective consciousness uh, will push us together, like in this forum, to stamp our feet and to seriously demand the state to be recognized and to be heard. Next. In that sense, then, social inclusion is our rights. It's not a privilege. The government could not argue that it's difficult to outreach to include. No, because the community itself should also be the driving force to be included. So there are both ways. Why? Because social inclusion is our rights. To close my presentation, I thank you again for inviting and involving us. If we touch our lives together, We, the marginalized communities, are no longer people in the shadow anymore. You either like us or not. You have to face us in reality. You cannot hide us. You need to face us in reality, the worst and the best of us, and deal with us like you deal with other people. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Irwanto. It's a very impressive recommendation relating to this all. Yeah, so a few highlights relating what Professor Irwanto talks about the marginalized and vulnerables is accommodation. So government should accommodate the facilitate to ensure their inclusive and meaningful participations as a citizen in this world. And then the second important things that this is new for me as well. That's Pak Irwanto emphasized the role of CSO itself and the community itself is the most important to show the value of justice, equality, and empowerment. So any burning issues relating to the materials or the presentation from Ryan and Pak Irwanto, I give you the floor. No? So yeah, as yeah, Ibu silakan.
Thank you. So I have so impressed about the last question. Have we have a collective consciousness of our rights? Yeah. So talking about the minority groups, I would like
Okay.
to look the reality. So for the example, for the minority group. Uh, Transgender, yeah, especially. So we acknowledge that the government still look as a social problem. Transgender acknowledge, yeah, their rights, yeah. So I just give the example. So for the elderly transgender, so they have no rights. I mean the government not covering their rights as the other people. So, for example, if they already to be elderly people, and then they put into the elder house, the government push their needs. They have to back to their real identity, so they don't allow to be a gender transgender. So for example, and then the other example for if they already die and then they have a message, special message that put in the tomb their name as a woman's name, even the society didn't accept their message, like in I don't know in English surat wasiat, yeah. What do you call it? Surat wasiat. It's a sacred. I think it's their rights, yeah, to choose what they want to be. But this is the example. So that's why I think we have to put together. This is we are still struggling for this. Not only this is for not exclusive for their groups, but I think this is the awareness for all the people because they have their rights. So I want to talk about the elder people, lansia, yeah, elderly people. So they are have their groups. Yeah, the government still don't look. They're still discriminated. So like for the people, elderly people, for the like survivor of the tragedy of 65, for example, they don't acknowledge that. And for the minority, so I just give the example for the transgender, yeah, especially, yeah. For the LGBTI, I mean, for the other group, maybe they don't, I mean, what do you call it? I don't know. Tidak terlalu di like gay, lesbian, but the transgender, if they already get older, so like government don't look them as older people in general. They don't acknowledge. It's maybe for from me, like, thank you.
Huh? Okay. Uh, Good morning, Ryan and Mr. Siswanto. Currently, several CSO from Indonesia are initiating comprehensive anti-discrimination legislation for vulnerable groups such as like people living with HIV/AIDS, sex worker, disability, indigenous people, and LGBT, and others. So I don't know which country in ASEAN currently already have it, the regulation, but do you think this anti-discrimination regulation is important to get attention in ASEAN? And what modalities do we currently have and need to strengthen to argue ASEAN bodies to support it? Thank you.
Uh, Thank you. So, speakers, there is two issues relating to your presentations, in particular for Ryan and Prof. Irwanto. First is about transgender acknowledgement and also LGBTQI acknowledgement efforts and elderly peoples and anti-discrimination for vulnerable groups. Is it important to be brought up to the ASEAN level? I give the time for Ryan first for giving response.
Thank you so much. Hello, Ibu Magda. Thank you for raising that point. Yes, the issue of gender identity, economic empowerment, and aging do intersect. And for many transgender persons across Southeast Asia who face economic discrimination, who cannot get decent employment and or decent livelihood, and resulting from that, they cannot have social security insurance, they cannot have pensions, and when they grow older, there's nothing left behind when it comes to government support. And this is where it's important to have solidarity systems within the community. I'd like to bring up again the alternative regionalism mode, and we need to create these systems of support. And in fact, activists have been doing that. There are some, but these are more informal or ad hoc based or systems where activists support each other whenever there's economic hardships their colleagues do face. But we want government to recognize the fact that LGBTI transgender persons are economically disadvantaged. And if you want to have an inclusive economy where nobody is left behind, we have to make sure that those who have least are given the most when it comes to social protection. So that's my first point. On the question raised by Nono, I think this is the big thing from an LGBTI perspective. We don't have strong anti-discrimination policies across Southeast Asia. There might be anti-discrimination on the basis of disability or anti-discrimination for indigenous persons, but we cannot see a comprehensive anti-discrimination legislation that includes sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression. Apart from human rights as an argument for us to push for a comprehensive anti-discrimination policy, I think we also need to look at the economic aspect. I mean, ASEAN wants to talk about trade and economy, and if we want ASEAN to improve when it comes to the economy, we have to make sure that those who are also in the minority are able to contribute better in providing for the needs of the community and providing for the needs of the country. For example, we need to address inclusive employment, inclusive access to livelihood. Governments should also look at minority groups like LGBTI persons as contributors to generating income for the country and for the family and the community. Also to recognize the informal economy. Many LGBTI persons are in the informal economy, and the precariousness of this work did amplify during the pandemic. We've got LGBTI persons who are sex workers, who are street sellers, who are in the hospitality industry, amongst others. And whenever there is crisis, there isn't so much support given to them. How can we support these persons like us for LGBTI persons in the informal economy so that our work can continue? Because no matter how small our income is, when this income goes back to the community, goes back to their alternative family, it has bigger impact for those who we do support. So I think looking at the economic angle, but looking at it more of like a solidarity economy angle. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. So, offer to you, Professor Irwanto.
Yeah. Is my voice okay?
Yeah, clear.
Okay. Uh, of course, we cannot downplay any efforts to reform the legal system, especially reforming the legal system toward more inclusive policy. Very important. But I think it's only a baby step toward actual change. Actual change can only happen if the instrument is implemented. That's what happened with the law on trafficking of person. Many of our laws, uh, gender violence and all that, uh, living law, but it's like tiger without teeth. Because some people and a lot of the state apparatures do not believe in that. So it's good to have the law. It's good to push the law into the highest system, but we need to work downward too. We need to work with the community members to believing in that, but we also work to convince all the players that will affect the implementation of the law to believe in it and to be able to create enabling environment for its implementation. Otherwise, it's going to be paper law. Yeah, and we have already too much paper law and on human rights issue. And I don't think, and I don't want to add some more without clear strategies and without clear plan for implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Irwanto. So, colleagues, we still have 6 minutes. If any other burning issue that you would like to address here, such as like recommendation, would you like to propose what we would like to be here? What we would like to have? Is there any question from the? No. Okay. Yeah, I open the floor for one more. Yeah, for one response? If not, I would like to highlight several issues that hopefully can be the recommendations of this session. So, okay. So from the gender equality, we are talking about the, actually it is like endless issues. It's okay. I think that that's, oh, yeah. It's, gender issue relating to the affirmative actions, yeah. It is not only for the gender issue, but all the vulnerables and marginalized groups. When we are going to the equality, we have to pass the affirmative actions first. Yeah, that is why the level of targets of us as a general, as a vulnerable and a marginalized group is achieving the human rights. We have to put as a high standard by doing our vehicles for the human rights. Second is relating to the, I take an important issue relating to the legal systems that Ryan's and also Pak Irwanto addressed. We did nothing, we can do nothing without putting all our issue in the legals, as well as the anti-discriminations in ASEAN levels. So let's fight together to put the anti-discrimination adopted by the ASEAN. So I would like to share a little bit relating to how the disability movement come into the ASEAN levels. First, we put the high call for, we would like to have the Commission on Disability in ASEAN. And then the result is they promote or they declare the ASEAN Enabling Master Plans. So the third issue is about how we as a CSO, how we as a community show the importance of our issues, role of CSO or the community itself is the most important to show the value. What is the value of our life in a justice, in equality, and in empowerment? So we should also perform ourselves that the governments, that the people who are having this kind of role to make a decision making believe us and use us as the roles of the better protection and empowerments as well. Thank you so much. I think I have to close these sessions. We still have 2 minutes. Thank you very much for all the speakers, Ms. Pap, Ryan, and Professor Irwanto. Thank you very much for your attendance and your participation in the presentations. And thank you very much. Yes.
May I say something? Just 1 minute.
Oh, okay. Pak Irwanto would like to say something. Yes, please.
Yeah, I think again, the legal sector or the legal system is a very important sector. That's unquestionable. But I think the other sector, like education, culture, they are also playing a very important role in educating young people to be more inclusive, to respect diversity, and to respect other people. As in my own experience, before I was introduced to any academic issues on, let's say, stigma and discrimination, I learned to respect people because my high school has been a very inclusive high school, and I do learn the value of respecting others in high school. So if schools are able to deliver the core values of human rights, the core value of respect to other people, I think part of the answer is there. Not only the legal system. The legal system is prone to politicization and also uh, vested interest of groups. So it's always like that because it's a political product. But again, it's a very important sector. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Clear recommendation of action. So colleagues, let's goes to the level of high school and try to make our issue inclusive to all the well, what we should say, the education's mandates, yeah, the education mandates, and also articles, yeah, all the articles in the educations. Let's them inclusive to all our issue. Thank you very much and have a good day.
Ladies and gentlemen, we just finished our fifth thematic discussion, and it is time for lunch break. I would like to inform you that our lunch break is until 1 p.m. We have also prepared lunch, snack, and coffee that can be taken. It will be a great pleasure to have you return to this room on time. Thank you. Nanti moderatornya udah tahu belum? Biar nggak salah. Iya, nanti moderatornya kan ini dari Acsc.
Cek, keluar.
Cek. Jelas nggak? Cek. Hah? Cek. Tapi di Zoom suaranya. Cek. Tapi di Zoom suaranya keluar nggak? Tadi soalnya di Zoom. Udah. Itu kamu dengerin di laptop. Cek. Di Zoom. Keluar. Yang ini? Udah.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Our session is about to begin. We are now in the sixth thematic discussion, which will be discussing about alternative regionalism. This session will be moderated by Indonesia RRC, Lini from Acsc. So without any further ado, I would like to pass the floor to the moderator. Everyone, please welcome Mbak Lini.
Joining joining Putri's gang, waiting here alone. Hello everyone. Welcome back to our last thematic discussion of the regional strategic meeting Acsc APF 2023. I wish everyone. Am I audible for our online participants? Ryan, can you hear me? Can you give like thumbs?
We can hear you.
Yes, thank you so much. This thematic discussion around alternative regionalism, the alternative regionalism that we mean in this discussion, in this thematic discussion, is merely to talk about the people-to-people solidarity from the below among Southeast Asian. So we will explore more why is it important, why alternative regionalism is an alternative, why do we need an alternative in regionalism and people-to-people solidarity. Without further ado, joining us three speakers, Ryan Martinez from the Philippines. Hi, Ryan.
Hi, Lini.
Hi, and then Chandi Ang, Chandi from Cambodia. Hi, Chandi.
Hi, Lini. Hi, everyone.
Hi. And then Fernando Jimenez from Timor-Leste. Hi, Fernando. Belum ya? Okay, Fernando was in room earlier and then now locked out. I guess because of the internet connection, but we can still be waiting for Fernando. Ryan and Shandi, since you both are here, I'm gonna call you and give you a short time to introduce yourself. I know who you are, but our folks need to know who you are, and I don't have your short bio on my hand. I'm apologize for that. So I'm gonna call you Ryan to introduce yourself and then pass on to Chandi before we start the presentation. Ryan, go ahead, introduce yourself.
Okay. So, hi, I'm Ryan. I would prefer to be introduced like I'm young, tall, and handsome. Just kidding. But I'm in my affiliation is with the program on alternative development. And it's a research organization based in the University of the Philippines, and our objective is really to collate case studies, document alternatives, and organize people's organization on ground towards Southeast Asian people's alternative regionalism.
Thanks, Ryan. You're not kidding. You look handsome today.
Thank you, Lini.
All right. I'm gonna call on Shandi. Shandi, I'll give you short, brief space to introduce yourself.
Thank Lini. Before introducing myself, Ryan, you are handsome always, not just only today. I mean, yeah, part of the feminist movement that I can see from a man is also from Ryan. So my name is Chandi, and I am from Cambodia, working on gender issue. My organization is called Gender and Development for Cambodia. I'm focusing on women empowerment, and I've been working on the feminist movement more than 10 years in Cambodia already. Last year was the first time ever that I been involving a lot and discussing about alternative regionalism. I cannot wait to join more and discuss more in the session this year. Thank you. Back to you, Lily.
Thanks, Shandi. I'll check if Fernando is joining with us, but I don't see Fernando just yet now. So I'll pass the mic to Ryan to start the presentations, and then Chandi will follow after Ryan. Ryan, please
Okay.
take it on.
I'll share my screen for the presentation, and hopefully I can make this really short and informative. So, as the title of my presentation goes, it's Understanding a Southeast Asian Peoples-Led Alternative Regionalism from Below. So this is prepared by us from the Program on Alternative Development for everyone. So to start, I have here some two illustrations that shows the basic contradiction between what we are currently organized right now, the ACSC APF, and what and our parallel forum, the ASEAN Summit, that is, as far as I can recall, it's also happening right now. So there's already a contrast in this picture showing who are the people leading and being in charge of the conferences. One is, of course, led by peoples from across Southeast Asian region, and one, of course, is led by the head of states and their various ministries. Another photo I would like to share is looking back at our roots. It's one of the activities that has really distinguished our ASEAN Civil Society Conference, being a militant and radical space for civil society organizations to express and voice out their concerns on the streets, and not just in plenary or sitting comfortably in hotels and etc. So what are the premises and arguments towards Southeast Asian alternative regionalism? So first, it is really the failure of the ASEAN to meaningfully address issues and concerns of Southeast Asian peoples. This is, of course, exemplified by, I think, 3 years ongoing military junta in Myanmar, which has displaced, killed, and impacted a lot of people across Myanmar and neighboring countries. We see here now that ASEAN is really a negative model of regional integration that is controlled and dictated by regional and national elite forces, the political oligarchies, the big corporate interests, and other elites. Civil society has long been excluded, from the process and merely put in place as a stakeholder or people that should be consulted but are not mostly welcome in any forums and whatsoever. ASEAN has really developed ASEAN's development strategies, which puts profit before people, have widened social inequalities and destroyed the environment. And third, now as ACSC and most people in these spaces, we recognize that the encompassing cultural, ethnical, and historical affinities are not contingent on citizenship, location, and political interests. In our space, we have welcomed people from Northeast India, southwestern provinces of China, Papua New Guinea, and Timor-Leste into our civil society conferences because we recognize that it is not ASEAN who will dictate who will be the participants in this conference, but rather our connections and relationships with these people. A crucial and last but not the least important, all crucial decisions in ASEAN have been made without the participation of the marginalized and disenfranchised people, as carefully dissected by our previous speakers a while ago in the morning sessions. Next. So to discuss the need for alternative, we need to understand what is alternative regionalism. So alternative regionalism is really based on the ongoing alternative practices that have been undertaken. By underlining it, I emphasize that we bring a lot into these conferences as organizations, as groups, and so on. We don't go to the conferences empty-handed, and we bring a lot from our experiences, from our lessons, from our relationships with one another. And most of this have been classified as economic, political, social, and of course, we emphasize our cultural roots. In the process, we build new social relationships that are being created and guided by the principles of solidarity, cooperation, mutual benefit, understanding of the commons, and joint development. So in this axis, I illustrated the organizations that have long been our partners in this space, from political organizations, economic, social, and cultural, that have all attended to the needs of the ASEAN people, Southeast Asian peoples. So to understand further the framework towards alternative regionalism, the Program on Alternative Development, along with most organizations in this space, have crafted the vision paper that we have published in our organization, the Deepening Solidarities Beyond Borders Among Southeast Asian Peoples, as well as compiled almost 60 to 70 case studies across the region that exemplify radical alternatives that emphasizes the 4 principles that I have mentioned a while ago. Those publications can be downloaded free on our website, and hopefully we can bring copies by September to distribute to everyone. So in this space, we emphasize the principles of alternative gatherings, such as the ASEAN Civil Society Conference, the ASEAN People's Forum, by truly appreciating who the Southeast Asian peoples really are in crafting our alternative regionalism. We must also emphasize organizing convergence spaces beyond an expert panel spaces and towards a collaborative engagement between CSOs and grassroots communities outside the conferences. We see the convergence spaces as rather a network building, a way for us to see that our advocacies align and we can further debate the topics that we want to discuss and continue the advocacy work outside of the conference. We should not be limited by the 2 meetings that we do each year to expand our horizons and further our advocacies. And lastly, we must recognize that ACSC has been a space wherein new relationships and movements are formed. And I will show an example that has blossomed throughout the years. And I think I remember the earlier that the ASEAN Soji Caucus was actually one of these movements that have sprouted from the ASEAN civil society spaces way back in 2011. So I just learned that from the presentation from Ryan a while ago, and I hope he understand it, the reasons why. So here, it's one of the things that we do in the program to conduct people-to-people exchanges among grassroots organizations. So this one was hosted by in Indonesia by mostly peasants and workers organization, the Pergerakan Rakyat Indonesia. So many grassroots organizations across the regions went to Indonesia, sit on the floor and discuss the ways by which their organizations have contributed or addressed the people's needs, and also provide suggestions to other organizations on how they could further collaborate with each other. So these are just my last slides, and I'm capping off. So the time, when can we do this? Another example is the Movement on Alternative and Solidarity in Southeast Asia, which convened during the pandemic, but has been a product as well of the ACSC process. So, and many organizations have long contributed in this space by providing knowledge, sharing resources, learning from each other, building stronger movements, and foster greater solidarity amongst each other. So I think I have exhausted my time already, but there can be further discussions with the speakers and in the open forum next. So back to you, Lini.
Thank you so much, Ryan. I'm sorry for limiting your time presentation, but that's what we agreed often, 7 to 10 maximum for the presentations of each speaker. But thank you for bringing up and reminding us on the importance of the regional people-to-people solidarity. And I saw some of the pictures from KPRI. I know some of them. So yeah, we will be moving to, I got chat from Shandi that Fernando is here now with us. So I'll move the microphone and the screen to Fernando before Shandi. Fernando, are you here with us? Yes, there you are.
Yes.
Before you start your presentation, could you please introduce yourself to us briefly? Then please go ahead with your presentation. You have 7 to 10 maximum minutes.
Okay, great.
Take
Thank you
it
so
on,
much.
Fernando.
Yes, thank you so much. My name is Fernando A.T. Jimenez. I am co-chair, chair of the drafting committee of the National Organizing Committee of the APF in Timor-Leste, and I also a member of Comité Esperanza. It is a mass-based organization promoting popular education in Timor-Leste, which is we are recently have set up Maubere Social Forum. It is another forum that will be complement with the APF in here. And we are part of various international tendency and network across the region and the world. And we are part as well on the World Social Forum Network. And yeah, I'll just go to my presentation. I hope you can see I'll share my screen now. Can anyone see
You can share your screen from your end, but we can also help you to screen from here.
Okay. Great. Can you see it now?
Do you wish to share from your end?
But I don't. Yeah. Okay. Great. Yes.
Okay.
Can you see it?
Go. Yeah. We can see it now.
Okay. Great. Yeah. Thank you so much. So thanks for the opportunity. My presentation will be focusing on what should be a new alternative model of regionalisms, which is centered on the model of peoples and sovereignty and development and sustainable issues, which is contradicting with the actual existence model of regionalism in the ASEAN level, which is we can partly discuss later. But there are three main things that I would like to propose in here. The first one is that what is the form and the content of our economic and political situation now across the world. I think I can outline some of contradictions so that we can see what should be a new model of the alternative regionalisms. And the second point is that to rethink the ASEAN position within the international systems that are currently exist, it is either we are forced to choose either to being neutral or being subjugated in the unipolar war of the led by the United States and the Western allies, or we are contributing to a new project of multipolarity. And the third one is that I would like to conclude with ideas of creating a new popular democratic and sovereignty regionalisms. Either we can call it whether we are proposing to stay with ASEAN or we are tending to create a new one. It is depend on us as the peoples in the region. I think I was just highlight some contradictions that are existing in the war situation now. I think our war system, it is, I think, even in the ASEAN People Forum itself, is that we are tended to discuss the politics, and we are sometimes we are separated politics and economy, and politics with the war system that we are part of. And I think it is important to reframe, to redefine what the war system, the war economic structure, polarized system that we are facing now. It is important for us to frame our strategy and what organization that we are thinking to boost to move forward. I think there are major contradictions that are, I can just briefly make it briefly. Contradictions between those of the northern countries in the global south. A major contradiction took place as well between those who are propagating, those who are lead financial neoliberal capitalism versus industrial socialism, which is proposed by China, Venezuela, and so on, which is many of Southeast Asian countries. We cannot see any of alternative Southeast Asian countries that can advocating about this. We also see a major and deep contradictions on the planetary level, in which we are seeing the contradiction between capitalism that is incompatible with the planet and human life. And I think this is a major problem because capitalism is not compatible with ecology. It is not compatible with human life. It is a destructive, it is a cancerous development. It's a tumorous development. It's disrupt humanity and planet as well. We also see the contradictions not just between and the imperialist scheme, but also we see the increasing rejection by the peripheral capitalist state in the global south against the dominance of the global north. And we also see those who are in the popular class against the ideas of finance capital, parasitic capital, were promoting the financialization, the industrialization, neoliberal austerity, which is at the end of this only drain all the major resources from the global south to the global north. I think here's some figure, just very short figure in here. We can see during the pandemic, we can see that there are about 2.37 billion people are struggling to eat. In Timor-Leste, there are many suicide cases in here because of lack of no food. But at the same time, the central banks of the global north securing dozens of trillion US dollars just to save the bankers and the financial and renters and so on. We also see the richest 1%, which is that is whole about 70% of global wealth. And we can see that 10 richest men in the world, they account over their wealth is being exceeded more than 3 billion people in the world. We can see this is the global geopolitical inequality between the global north and global south. But we also see even in 2020 until 2002, as some report and analysis show, there are about 26 hours. There's a new billionaire benefit from the systems. And on the wealth generated in the world GDP of the world in 2022, there are about 76 were pocketed into the rich 10% of the world, and the global population that are only accounted of 50%. The richest 1% of population received 35 wealth in 2020, and so on. And we also can see that there's a huge income stagnation from 1988 until 2008. We can see that a 30% income increase in the richest 1% in the world, and while the majority poorest in the world has been stagnant in terms of wage and salaries and so on, and income and so on. As in here in this book, some research, Jason Hickel in 2050 said that there are about 10 trillion per year will drain from the south to the north, which is to say that we in the global south, we in Timor-Leste, we are in the global south in Southeast Asia, we are not poor, we are not people that have no resource, we are rich, we are just overexploited, we are just underdeveloped by the global systems, by the global systems that are unilaterally led by the United States, the Western Europe, and Japan, were imposing the maldevelopment across the world, including us in Timor-Leste and Southeast Asia. I think that's all the geopolitical of inequality and the several contradictions that are facing across the world. So let's think about the ASEAN. Since they are beginning to build ASEAN in 1967, it was a geopolitical group of geopolitical politics that are aims to contain the communist expansion in the world in Southeast Asia and so on. Even when Timor-Leste is struggling for independence, none of the Southeast Asian member of founder state are not supporting or recognizing Timor-Leste independence. They are supporting Indonesian position to invade and occupy Timor-Leste. When I'm saying Indonesia, I'm not saying the people, but I'm saying the military regime in Indonesia, Suharto, which is backed by the Western imperialists led by United States. So right now, ASEAN is a geopolitical economic regionalism based on market ideology and neoliberalism. Since the beginning, since 1987, even before the neoliberalism was adopted in the global north and implemented firstly in Chile, but when the ASEAN was first built, the aspiration to promote the market ideology, free market ideology, was very central to it. And for now, right now, in the 21st century, as we can see, the ASEAN is a geopolitical backbone of United States lead financial capitalism, brand imperialism, and dollarization hegemony in Asia and so on. It is also part of the U.S. pivot strategy on Asia and part of Indo-Pacific strategy of U.S. militarisms and U.S. lead new Cold War against China. And for us, we, the popular class, especially I talk for my position as a Timorese, the majority Timorese in here perceive the ASEAN was a free market group and organization that is based on the ideology of neoliberal reactionary and conservatisms. And this lead us to the thing about the principle of the non-intervention. Non-intervention's principle of the ASEAN or consensus building. This is make us, as a civil society and social movement, must rethink about it, whether the consensus non-binding decisions is serving the people or not. But for us, the consensus non-binding decision only serve the elites. Even ASEAN was organization, but most of the decisions are carried out unilaterally on the national level. And I think if we push for the new regionalism, it must be balancing between national sovereignty and regional integration. Hello? There are many questions that I would like to propose in here. There are three questions in here. So we are talking about the new regionalisms must go hand in hand with the tendency of international movement, international progress that are aims to bring a new multipolarity, except of the unipolar of the United States. there are questions. The first question is that, are there any possible changes on ASEAN organization that will be redirecting toward the protecting and upholding people's sovereignty, independence, and development? That's because for us, that's the first question. The second one is in times of planetary crisis caused by Western-led capitalist civilization, what does the epicenter of growth, as many ASEAN member states has been declaring, as an epicenter of growth and ASEAN centrality, really means of establishing a new just economic system that serving the people in the region? The third question is that what is possible for ASEAN to promote non-free market neoliberal economic structure and regional cooperative development in the era of rising multipolarity and China-led new international economic order. So this is my last point to discuss about this question. Um, uh, First, ASEAN, for now, as we can see, ASEAN is a bloc of free market that is subjugating the people in the region to the global imperialist north, subjugating our development to the development of the north. And in here, ASEAN promoting more competitions, free market anarchy of the competitions, which is subjugating people to the monopoly. Instead of this, we are proposing the complementary development and cooperative development model to substitute whether it is possible for us to promote the cooperative development rather than the zero-sum games and unevenness in the regions. As we can see, there are very huge disparity between nations in Southeast Asia, but also between people within the national country. The second option is for a new alternative regionalism is that we must the linking from the global north chain of control and accumulation systems. We need an autonomous regional supply chains, or promoting a new economic model of the dollarizations. This also can mean that we can build a new people trade agreement, except instead of building a free trade agreement, which is only promoting not by the Southeast Asia company enterprises, but promoting by the imperialist company, transnational company like Japan, like the European Union, like Canada, Australia, and America, where at the end of this only serve the economic subjugation and economic inequality, trade this inequality between us in Southeast Asia and the global north as well. And it is important for us to struggle to build a new autonomous regional economic development in the regions. That is building a regional currency for trade around autonomous currency for the trade and reserve, instead of we are putting all our money in the central bank of the stock market of America and the security of the US Treasury, which is at the end of this only reinforcing America hegemony, America imperialisms all over the world, to control us financially and militarily. So the third point is that denationalizing, because ASEAN is a project of attacking the national sovereignty. When I say national sovereignty, it is a popular and democratic sovereignty. We must defend the sovereignty and independence of the people, not attacking by the financial capital, by the transnational capital, by the elites, and by the global north. So that we need to defend our sovereignty and dignity. Fourth, ASEAN only promotes the maldevelopment, only serve the complement the imperialist north. We need a real development. We need a real development. We need to mobilize our resources, our finance to develop our regions. So that we, in this, we need an integration that support the internal autonomous development, not the integration that are maintaining our subjugation and our maldevelopment. On the 5 point, this is elites versus popular. I think this is the most important point that I would like to highlight in here. The first point is that we need to democratize the ASEAN throughout the tier zone social movement. This means that ASEAN People Forum only an annual process. It is have a very limited presence within the ASEAN structure. Has a very weak influence on the ASEAN level. We have a choice. Either we promote the tier zone social movement, join the ASEAN structure and part of the regional planning, administration, and supervising mechanism of ASEAN, or we are creating our own new regional corporations and new regionalisms. And I think this one is the main point that I would like to propose to you, especially the 5 point, the 5 about the democratizing the ASEAN in here.
Fernando, I'm so sorry to stop you, but you reach almost your 15 minutes, so you're up to 5 minutes from your allotted time.
Yes, I would like to conclude with 1 minute, maybe 1 minute, okay?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you so much. On the 6th and 7th point, we need to revive Bandung spirit at regional level. We have a diverse culture and diverse economic and political systems, but we believe in the national government, a progressive movement that will bring a change on national level. It is a reminder of Mao Zedong thinking about ideas about the contradictions. The international level will be a condition for change, but what is determining change will be an internal conditions. And I believe the social movement and people's movement will bring a sovereignty and independence and sustainability. Will revive Bandung spirit will be a guiding principle spirit for development, for a new, to build a new system that are serving the people and liberations. And in the last one is that we have facing a choices. Either we are going to build a ASEAN centrality, which is only narrow to our region, or we are need to build our own Asia-Pacific integration that are encompassing many island states and poor countries in the region that are victim of the international economic system based on capital accumulations, militarism of the North, and ecological crises that are responsible by the global North or the Western imperialist state. I think that's all that I would like to propose to you all in here. And thank you so much for that time. And yes, thank you.
Thank you so much, Fernando. So we are starting the discussion from the premise that ASEAN, as the intergovernmental bodies, is really fail in addressing the people, its people issues. And then Fernando brought up on how ASEAN are actually only focusing on the economic trade agreement itself rather than caring for their people, for its people itself. So the economic system, the neoliberalist system that is really captured our ASEAN elites. So then the people left behind. Now I would like move to Candy. Chandi, maybe you can also emphasize on how gender justice is being used or not by our ASEAN leaders in this intergovernmental organization. As Ryan has already emphasized, and also Fernando, that these intergovernmental are actually the elite organization. It's not for the people, it's for them. Chandi, I would like to pass the screen and microphone to you. Please take it on.
Thanks, Lini. It was very formative to hear what Ryan shares earlier and also what Fernando mentions regarding the things that these regions is really elite based, elite. So if you, I do not have PowerPoint. I just want you to go back to what Ryan showed for the first slide of the ASEAN leader. I do not think that any country in Southeast Asia achieve gender equality or under or rule without patriarchy. So the first questions that come into mind before answering the question from Lily, whether ASEAN are using gender central or using people to people or ideas of gender equality and mainstreaming of gender sensitization into their work. Can you can ask yourself, like, how can we build the alternative regionalisms when each country in ASEAN are led by men, or in a specific term is patriarchy? we can just like check by a few questions. Ryan mentions the very great word in his presentation a lot, the word space, because space is the first word coming from his presentation regarding alternative regionalism. Like only those people, marginalized group, vulnerable group can access space. Those kind of things is the first step for alternative regionalism. But now check together. Just only like check what happening now. You ask everyone here in these sessions, ask yourself, how did you know? How did you know about the information that is space in this session? And then ask, how did you get the opportunity to get the space here? The third question is, how did you make sure that you can access to the space? And the last question is, how did you make sure or you guarantees that there will be an equal result of the space that you are participating now as a participant? So as the organizer, maybe you also can ask these 4 questions the same. The first question is, how did you make sure that the information of this space can be heard to other people? The second question is, how did you make sure that the opportunity of the space in this session will be provided to everyone equally? The third question is, how did you make sure that everyone can access to the space that you are doing? And the last question, how did you guarantee there will be an equal result of the space? So these 4 questions, I guess, can answer a lot when we look back to ASEANs, when they conduct meeting, doing their decisions, their movements in that elite base or in their class in the meeting of the ASEAN summit. Those leaders, whether you know that they are doing the meeting, whether you know that you can like provide some information or using your power to change their decisions, or at least inform them that you are having a voice to tell them what's happening. So if you cannot answer any of those, the space is not there. This is for general questions. How about women? How about people with disability? How about people who do not speak English? How about people who do not know how to use technology when they are doing something online, that they do not even get the space or know how to get the space? So I don't think there is inclusive enough. I know that some department of women, children, and also human rights in ASEAN mechanism were established, but everyone's in ASEAN, more than elite people, cannot access to the space at all. I give you one of the example. This is a very real example in Cambodia. We are having a project regarding women migrant worker across 4 countries: Vietnam, Cambodia, Myanmar, and Thailand. All the women group in each country are facing like similar and different challenges, but they do not know how to share with each other, and they do not have space to tell or inform the decision makers. So we building the space for them and providing that space for them. But then we realize that the women who are joining, only women who know how to use technology or know how to speak like little English. Those women who are coming from disability group, or those women who are not speaking English or do not have phone, cannot join the space at all. So we are trying to find and make sure that the space can be heard by everyone. And we have to make sure that the offline and online is there for them. So we have translator, we have transportation per diem, and doing everything that we can under our powers to make sure they can join. But it costs a lot. So imagining back, when like Fernando mentions that ASEAN only focus on economic and only the rich people and only like powerful people are there. Are they using their money to make sure that grassroots people are joining, or everyone get equal access to the benefits that they deserve to get? I don't think they would use that money. They would just like ignore it and see and say that, we ask people, but no one answer anything. So we decide instead of them. So this is the pictures of happening. It is costly, but it is possible to do it. It does not mean it is not possible. So we created some kind of like a space called Gender Cafe. Why we call it cafe? It's because even the word coffee itself also have gender discrimination in there. Women are not supposed to drink strong coffee, while men are not supposed to drink green tea or milk green tea when they are ordering at Starbucks or even order at a coffee shop. And if you are a man working with women and then you order green milk tea and then that women order cappuccino or Americano with strong coffee, people would look at you that you are not manly enough, or people would look at that women and talk and say that, oh, you are a very like man, so much man characteristic. So even that kind of thing. So we create a space called Gender Cafe that everyone would benefit from the discussion, and it is a safe space for everyone. I would like to end my presentation by the word from Professor Ed, the professor at the University of the Philippines, that he joined alternative regionalism's presentation from Asean Society conference last year. He said, it is time to take our future into our own hands, rely on our efforts and trust in the collective wisdom and resilience of our people and their ability to overcome all obstacles. You can challenge that. Well, how can we do that? You can do it during the election, before and after. But then you also can challenge. Everyone already control the elections. How can we do? Believe in the movement, believe in the solidarity. Military alliance is changing something that happening in Malaysia a few years ago. So the power of solidarity can also do it. It is one thing that we can make change. While the principle of solidarity, cooperation, mutual benefit, and the common behind us, and the responsible use of human and natural resource, and the peaceful and harmonious relationship with other people and with nature, the environment together, we shall forge a new Southeast Asian people movement, one that will serve as a model for all other people and society in the parts of the globe. Thank you so much. I would end it here. Back to you, Lini.
Thank you so much, Candy. Thank you so much for emphasizing that using the sensitive gender language is also part of the alternative action. I think we should really consider and be conscious in using the language. All right. Since three of you has present your main presentations, I would like to invite our participants both online and in person if you have any burning questions or feedback or comments around the alternative regionalism. Anyone, you can raise your hand here, both online and in person. We will give you a chance to speak your thoughts. If not, I'll get back to the speakers. Ryan, Fernando, and Shandi. I don't think I don't think I can see. I'll try to read the room here. I don't think when people say like alternative regionalism, they will immediately, think of the idea that what actually we are doing now is part of the alternative regionalism, right? So how do you convey the message wherever you are when, hey, our activism, our solidarity, our people-to-people solidarity cross border between Myanmar, Indonesia, and other countries, or you mentioned earlier, Milk Tea Alliance movement is actually part of the alternative regionalism. So if anyone wishing to know in a very short or brief way, what is actually alternative regionalism? What will you answer? I'll give it to you, Ryan and Candy and Fernando, in your own perspective and different angle, yeah? Ryan, do you want to take the first chance? Yeah, please take it on.
Okay. So I think to make it simple, alternative regionalism is really if you side with the marginalized and oppressed people, you're already making radical changes. The line is really clear. It's really the people of Southeast Asia and the elites of Southeast Asia. That's how I would like to distinguish what we do.
Thanks, Ryan. Candy.
To me, alternative regionalism is the creations of the movement that we are building. Something Ryan already mentioned this. I don't want to like say it as a word to word. I just want to really give it as the simple language that as long as you can access to the space, as long as you have like a voice or get informations that you are a part of change and also have power to change for equality, for justice, that's the alternative regionalism already.
Thank you, Candy. Fernando.
Yes, ASEAN is a neoliberal project in here right now. It's imperialist vassal, comprised of imperialist vassals, client of the imperialists in the regions, which is their aim is not to liberate or develop the people, but to continue to plunder the people, to continue to rob the people, to continue to perpetuate the exploitation and oppression. Therefore, there's no alternative to the ASEAN elites. We are not going to uh, asking or begging for them. We need to build around alternative, either to seize the ASEAN throughout the national process, and then we can create a new ones. For us, the new anti-neoliberal projects will be carried out by the national and popular movement in the region. We need a new front of anti-neoliberalism project, a project that must restore the sovereignty, the independence of the people, the democracy of the people at national and regional level. Either we are going to seize the power of the state, I think that is the only and that is the viable way in which we can sustain our own regional network building, power building, solidarity, and so on. As I mentioned to you about the Mao Zedong quotes, the external condition will be uh, a conditions for change, but the change will be and always be carried out, determined by the internal conditions. Therefore, national movements should be strong, unity, solidarity, more conscious, so that we can bring a change on national level, and then it will affect the regional level as well. That's all.
Thank you, Fernando. Thank you. I remember, Ryan, you were mentioning earlier on your presentations that the SCSC APF itself has to be an avenue for the people to raise their voices on the street. So it's not only inside of the ballroom, classroom, but also in the street. That's why in many people's forum, I remember in Malaysia, Philippines, back in time, Indonesia, and I know that some of countries are not possible to do that, but we also organize protests in the street to raise our voices, to speak our thought in the street. That's also one of the example on how alternative regionalism manifests in our ACAC APF. There is one intriguing questions in the Q&A box. I will invite the speakers to respond to it, but I wish also to invite participants both online and offline if you have opinion to respond to these questions. So the questions is, if alternative regionalism is more about people-to-people action and solidarity across the region, what is the place for engagements with the official ASEAN and its bodies, which is the dominant regionalism? Is it mutually exclusive? So this is very intriguing question. I'll pass the mic into the speaker first, and then I'll invite everyone if any of you wishes to respond to these questions. Ryan or Candy or Fernando, please, who wish to respond first? Is the question sinking already? Yeah? Okay, Ryan,
So
please
hard.
go ahead. Take it on.
Yeah, okay. I'll try to illustrate it. I see that our engagement with ASEAN has always been like a door stopper. You know that little triangle thing that you block the door. So our space, the civil society space is how we stop ASEAN from closing completely its door from us to really put in as many organizations, as many people to collaborate, really call out ASEAN for what it has been doing for the past years. Uh, if you recall the opening remarks of Josephine Parilla, she really described how civil society organizations and most grassroots people's organizations in Southeast Asia conduct a two-pronged approach. One, they participate in the space, collectively engaging with civil society organizations, organizing on ground, arousing people in the streets, while also dealing with government as a way for them to guarantee social protection, a way for them to guarantee basic human rights, a way for them to remember that they serve the interests of the people and not the interests of the heads of state or the interests of the ministers, especially the interests of people who has the way uh, with legitimate use of violence. And I think that's my 2 cents on this.
Thank you, Ryan. So the engagement is aiming to keep the doors open, right? Because of the ASEAN and its bodies is closing the door for a civil society from time to time. So the engagement is aiming to, hey, do not close the door. We are here. We will keep, pushing on the people's agenda itself. Yeah. Candy, please take it on.
No, I mean Ryan already mentioned about this. It is not the silent voice from people that we do not know anything. So we keep knocking the doors. But in the same times, there is the questions like Raquel mentions. How can we know that we can knock the door? Where will be the powers that we know? How can we knock that door? Where will that power come from that we can knock the doors on time? Is that coming from people? Is that coming from individual of us? We are the one who elect or giving the powers to those elite people and make the decisions. But in the same times, we are also the checking bodies for them. So I guess there are a lot of opportunities for us to make sure that we can engage in that space. And ASEAN itself, as an ASEAN leader, it should be the change. It should be times that they change from having only the elite as a leader or people from the same families as the leaders. It should be times that marginalized people can be also the leaders. But the decision of how people can be the leader in this kind of space from marginalized group is coming from every one of us. Like this year, we are having elections. Next year there will be Indonesia, and the other year next year gonna be the other country in South Asia. What can we do in the elections? What can we do after the election? All of those. I do not have like specific reason or specific activities for each country, but I still believe in the power of people that can do that. And I know that Raquel would also have some answer that would be very interesting to hear as well. Thank you, Raquel, for the questions.
Thank you, Candy. If it's knocking the door so that they still recognize the civil society, then we also need to check and balance who's knocking the door. Make sure that the one who knocked the door is not part of the power itself. It's Thank you, Ryan and Candy. It's really, we are reminding each other. Fernando, please take it on.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. I agree with many points in here. We're just not just simply as I propose, we are not just simply knocking the door, but we should take part within it structurally, mechanismally, and functionally within the ASEAN. It permits us to change the balance of forces within the regions. Otherwise, we just let the forum to be continue as a space in which the elites gathers consensus, not for the liberation of the people, but to continue to serve our master. Who is our master in here? The Northern imperialist country, America, European, and Japan in here. And it is mostly since the history of the founding of the ASEAN, it is the consensus that are, the aims of the consensus is just to serve the master, the only master. I think our strategy will be dual. We need to democratize, build a popular and democratic sovereignty, both nationally and regionally, so that we both can mutually constitute it. And I think not all the ASEAN states in here are beasts, monsters, but there are potential. It is a question for us for the social movement. We cannot just simply struggling and let the spaces colonize it by the state power, by the capital, etc. And we cannot just simply build our own autonomous space in which the rest we are giving it to the powerful actors, the powerful elites and the capital. We need to, it is the question for us, the strategy and organization, the things, the question of building our power, and the question of how to seize the state power, etc., and transform the state, the social, the cultural level, and economic level, so that the regional system will serve our own autonomous development. Because in our integrated global economic system centered on the Washington, etc., we cannot resist as an individual country. We need to build our own regional autonomous model of development in which we are delinking from the domination of the North in the West. So, thank you.
Thank you, Fernando. So we make sure that civil society is not only knocking the door, but also taking part in changing the system itself, so that the civil society has to, prepare or push for our own regionalism agenda, so that the power, the ASEAN itself, could listen to us and then follow the regionalism option that is proposed by its people. Thank you so much. This is really wonderful conversation from the speakers. Three of you, strengthen one and another. I love it very much. Now I wish to invite everyone. If any of you, yeah, please. Can somebody help me with the microphone, please? Thank you.
Um, Hi, hi again. I'm sorry I missed the session like halfway already, and I just want to say like only in my point of view, my personal opinion only. I feel CSO level and GO level they work very hard. Like you guys, I mean, apologize. I never work for NGO, but I know that you work passionate. You fight against the system. But when I work in a high level, in the policy level, I met a lot of diplomat, ambassador, or even the prime minister in each country, and I want to address that in terms of the United Nations. It doesn't mean that the UN don't want to help anything. Like for example, in Myanmar, but we have veto. I'm sure you know what is veto. But when the veto say no, the United Nations cannot do anything. It's speedless. But when it's come for ASEAN, then they have to agree. Like because it's the intervention policy, and it's very difficult because they in the diplomatic way they have to balance the power between China and US. It's very difficult in the high level. It's like they cannot do anything, even in personal interest they want to do. Like honestly, I have met a lot of like ambassador, and they know what the situation was going on. Like they want to do it, but it's the what you call like this it the mandates or authority in terms of you know what you can do, but it's different in terms of CSO or NGO. And I believe like for example in Thailand, in a diplomatic way, we do like sub-regionalism since the 1992 until today. We are like trying to balance the diplomatic label, but I believe in the NGO CSO is different, and I agree when you say like to knock the door, because like if we don't do it, it's nothing change. Because like you can see what's happened in the United States. Like it will not be freedom country like that if the people keep silent. The people in the United States like very fight against everything. Like if you know like Black Lives Matter, I mean the police kill the black people and it's viral and people go to protest for example like that. But and then it go to change the system. It's go to I mean people hear it. But in terms of ASEAN, I feel like the culture difference and the high level opinion is different in terms of Western. When we do something movement, in my point of view only, I feel like we should know everything in detail, like in, and we can do like in a diplomatic way a little bit. Like I mean, for example, like I'm not against when people protest. Like even my sister, my little sister, she go protest every time. But I would prefer like the knowledge. When you go to protest with the policy level, you have to make sure that you know well before you raise the voice. I mean, they some of people they open space for you to open the voice. They're willing to hear, but I mean, it's always the problem when the policy level and the youth like fight together and it's no solution. So I think like if we NGO like do movement or even do protest, but you know well what you're going to talk about, you know very very in detail, not just like I want this blah blah blah, but you know everything in detail, you know, and you list the action like you have to do this blah blah blah, then you recommendation them. I think maybe like they should take action. It's about like not only ASEAN, when we work to like try to make people to do the change to policy, we we bring the people like from the state or from blah blah blah, like, and then they have to listen because it's also related to the diplomatic policy in each country. I mean that another level, but in terms of us, I believe we can do, but yeah, in a diplomatic way. That's my opinion only. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other intervention? So Ryan, Fernando, and Candy, sorry, what's your name again? Nessa. Nessa were trying to emphasize that between the ASEAN and UN member state has different power and capacity with the NGOs or CSOs. The UN and the ASEAN member state, they have the power and they have the mandate to resolve the issues within the countries or within the organization. But as a CSOs and NGOs, we have no capacity. We do not have that power, and agreed to have like some sort of, you know, being a watchdog to our state, to our nations, but maybe do it in a diplomatic way, apart from taking a protest. I'll give you opportunity to respond later, but I'll also take another questions from Pap. Okay.
So it's not a question, but it's an invitation for us all to do the protest in the September. I would like to ask Indonesian and ORC if it's possible to have a protest in Jakarta, because to having a protest in Cambodia it's kind of difficult and dangerous, but here it might be very good and effective. We would love to join, and we have many topics to write up. I think alternative regionalism, it's mean for me as a we as a people of these regions, we come together and we want to be a part. We are already belong on the space, because the space of Southeast Asia is the space of us. So it 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 all is belong to us already, but we need to reclaim it, because the state have taking it out it with they have the power and making decisions by themselves, but without the participation of ASEAN people. So so we just reclaim it because it belongs to us since the first. So.
Thank you, Pap. There is a suggestion to the NOC Indonesia, as Pap mentioned earlier, to organize a protest during the Acsc APF September. We will consider this. In fact, we've been discussed the agenda of protesting during the APF, but of course, we will need to write this down as one of the recommendation. Thank you for raising up, Pap. And then on the alternative regionalism itself, yeah, we are in fact part of the alternative regionalism, and we are in fact part of the ASEAN itself, and we need to reclaim all the spaces that they have. Next, Ibu Lani, please.
Lini, sorry, I just missed several days before that. That is why my forgive for my lack of informations. But relating to the alternative regionalism, is it a new approach that the APF would like to do something, or what? So and then second question is, did we in this several days have already got this kind, if it is new, that what kind of new approach that we got for being talking about the alternative regionalism? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bu Lani. I will invite Ryan to respond to this specific question later on. But before that, Ibu Lani, I remember during the APF 2017, we started in the APF resolution, we started to use Southeast Asia in our APF document instead of ASEAN people, because we want to recognize that Timorese are also part of the Southeast Asian people. And then we would like also to recognize that stateless people across the border who are, according to the state, they are not part of the refugee in Rohingya refugee, for instance, in Aceh. They're not recognized by both Myanmar and both Indonesia. But us, as the civil society, we would like to recognize that refugees and other stateless people are, part of the Southeast Asian community. So the alternative, this kind of approach is the approach that we wish we emphasize to have in the People's Forum. So the alternative regionalism convergence space have been in the place since 2017 up until the last APF in Cambodia. So the idea is not only us together and to advocate the ASEAN, but the idea is to make ASEAN People Forum as a space for us to strengthen and to raise our solidarity among people to people. So it's not only to advocate the ASEAN itself. ASEAN seems very tameng. Apa tameng tuh ya? Very stubborn. They close all the doors. They don't want to listen to its people, right? While us as a people, we will continue the struggle and the solidarity with or without them opening the door. So that's the, in a nutshell, of the idea of having this alternative regionalism approach. But I wish to invite again our trigger speakers to respond to the comments from the floor. Who's going to take the mic? Fernando, Ryan, I saw you both open your mic. You can do sweet. Sweet apa lagi ya? Fernando, please go ahead.
Yes, I am very sorry because our internet in here very very unstable in here. I cannot hear all the comments from the floor. But I think our conditions require a massive, a huge, tremendous change within the movement and in many parts of the regions. And what we are proposing, because there's always be a possibility. There's always be a possibility for us because as we can see, the main things in the region is that demanding to democratize our culture, our economy, our political system, etc., are very necessary in the regions, especially in this Southeast Asia, because it is our particular conjuncture, our particular social and economic formation require us to demand and struggle for a democratization. What we are proposing, we should take part in the ASEAN itself is that um, uh, as we know that the ASEAN is only serving the meetings, etc., for the government structure mechanism, but we also must have our own mechanism within the ASEAN itself, so that we can take part, not part to coexist or to co-op with them, but should take part so that we can change balance of force within the ASEAN itself. If we cannot change the balance of force, it is very difficult to sustain our internal struggle, and vice versa. We should reinforce our internal struggle so that it can contribute to change on the regional level. I'll give an examples on the ALBA Association, Alliance of the Latin American Bolivarian Revolution in Latin America. It is a regional initiative, but they have a state representative, state council, they have a minister council, but they also have a social, civil society or social movement council within ALBA, which is not just simply advocating as a traditional role of the civil society, but we must take part of the structure so that we can direct the planning, direct the supervision, direct the discussions in meeting. Next week, our Prime Minister will participate in the meeting, ASEAN meeting in the Labuan Bajo. It is the first time for the state leader meeting invited to the Timorese Prime Minister. I think we should, our struggle is that we need to change this, not just simply the state elites to there to be able to attend the meeting, but we should have a people's representative officially from the social movement, people's regional movement, etc., so that they can participate, to have a voice, to protest directly, bring our aspiration directly to them, to at least changing the balance of force so that can favorize. This doesn't mean that we should depend more on the ASEAN, but we must create our own regionalisms as a bottom-up counter-hegemonic initiative that protecting and safeguarding the interests of the people and struggling for the development and liberation of the people. I think dual strategy is very important in here. One is that to seize the means of power in the ASEAN. The second one is creating around alternative regionalisms and organization. Yes, that's all.
Thank you, Fernando. I wish to have a follow-up question for you, but you can respond it later around the minister joining the ASEAN meeting. But later, I'll raise this later, Fernando. Ryan, please go ahead.
Okay, those are really challenging discussion, especially when we see what's really going on with how we do advocacy work on the ground. Of course, there are like really different realities that we need to confront, especially And Fernando gave us a really good lens on how to structurally see our ways of engagement is really influenced by greater forces, powerful structural forces. On our end, I think the way that we see alternative regionalism is being fermented on the ground is how we do really little changes, really little not participation, but agreements, such as resolutions that we do in this space. In 2017 and 2020, we have long recognized organizations that are not being actively sought or given space in ASEAN, spaces in our conference. But we understand materially that is really not enough, because as civil society organization, marginalized people, we really don't have the resources, because the resources is being actively monopolized by state forces. And for one, they have the tools, the violence to keep us away from getting it. Maybe it's a tough reality, and I'm also realizing how do we secure it. But there are practical examples. Something that has been growing on during the pandemic. If we remember, during the pandemic, even the basic necessities, the basic welfare, has not been really provided by most of our state representatives or state apparatuses. They have ignored providing face masks until civil society organizations started creating face masks from what available piece of cloth there is in the community. And our role as service providers have really showed that somehow we can create ways by which to sustain ourselves collectively and provide avenues for which we can endure those harsh times during the pandemic. But those are not enough. We need to guarantee social protection. We need to guarantee that the marginalized people, the frontliners, are not actively sought after by the government just because they are providing the basic goods that are needed. So it's really it's not just to pronged approach. It's really a multi level approach by which in this space we gather, we strategize, we make ways by which we hear lessons learned from other CSOs in the region of how the democratic spaces has really been shrinking. There's really less recognition of civil society in policies that affect the whole people and so on. So lastly, to respond to the earlier question, alternative regionalism is not new. And we must realize, we must understand that what we have been doing since before we started this ASEAN Civil Society Conference is alternative to the mainstream ways by which government does its thing. And by understanding, educating ourselves with the right structural and gendered lens, we see ways by which our organizations can supplement. Our organization could alleviate the burden, the ills of the ills that have been really strengthened by lack of basic listening. I guess I've been dragging this conversation long, but I really want more to hear from the audience and participants in the space.
Thank you, Ryan. Candy, please take it on.
Thank you. Sorry, the internet was bad, so I could not really turn on the video much. Well, it was interesting. Like the first one, which is mentioned about the protest, about something that we should know, like the law policy in advance before we are doing the protest, and then the example of Black Lives Matter. How can the idea of alternative regionalism and people-to-people solidarity is working in the U.S. But then in the same time, it's also coming to my mind when we use the word alternative regionalism or people to people or solidarity, there was also something inequality happening over there. And also some kind of like privilege checking that we did not do. Black Lives Matter would do All Life Matter campaign. And then it reminded me of the movement in Southeast Asia that we are doing on people LGBTQI group, and everyone was just saying like the heterosexual is being discriminalized, being discriminated. No, I mean like heterosexual is being discriminated by group of people. Like a lot of people would only support the LGBTQI movement. So this kind of like privilege checking from the movement is there. Plus, to me, if this kind of like people to people or the protest happening, the question to my mind is not about knowing the law policy in advance, but checking sense whether it is bringing injustice or whether can we do it and bring the justice or make sense without violence. But I cannot really find a very good example of protest or even like a successful protest, or maybe you can like from the audience sharing later like there is a successful protest or successful events as the strike or as a change that happening without violence. Even the feminist movement from first wave to the third wave, like peace is there, but violence is also along the way. And we cannot reject that people are doing protests because something wrong is there. It does not mean that when we are doing the protest, something is good always happen, but then suddenly we do the protest, right? To me, I still believe in people-to-people movement, solidarity across the regions. It's coming from one country to another country. The example in Myanmar, in Malaysia, in Thailand during the protest in Thammasat University, that was all like good example that we can see from the power of people and the power of youth. And again, we have to also recheck our privilege when we are talking about people to people in the same time of doing the movement. We should like do the movement that the movement bring the benefits for everyone. It does not mean that when we are successful from one woman, from one movement, and then we have to solve the problem that happening in that movement because of the injustice happening there.
Thank you so much,
Lini, back
Chandi.
to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chandi. It was really wonderful response from three speakers that we joining us today online. Speaking of protesting, speaking of organizing protests and voicing out our voices in the street, we just received a circulated letter which is from police. So the civil society movement, local civil society movement plan to organize a protest during the ASEAN summit next week in Labuan Bajo. And the police has now been circulating this letter to the civil society organization who plan to organize the protest on the 9th of the on the 9th of May next week. And this is funny because in the letter, the police letter, they call this as, hey, apa ini namanya? Tindak pidana akan belum tindak pidana. This is all right. I'm not going to use the legal term in this police circulation letter, but in a nutshell, the police is now requesting the organization and the person in charge for the protest to respond to the ASEAN summit next week in Labuan Bajo and call them as an accused of being criminal. No? Is that the correct term to be used? So yeah, Pap, be ready for that. So this is now happening in Labuan Bajo. If we organize protest September, we might bring all protesting in apa namanya nih, the office of the police next to this building, like next to this building, yeah. Yeah. Thank you so much, Ryan. Thank you so much, Kandi. Thank you so much, Fernando. I'm not going to summarize the discussion today from what you presented earlier. There is another triggering question in the Q&A chat box. We have no time to respond to this question, but I'm going to read this loud so that us can, reflect on this question. The question is from Kak Raquel. She say, how do we level up alternative regionalism across our countries and not stopping at sharing stories and practices? For example, we have a lot of social solidarity, economy, but how do we market each other across the borders? The pandemic migrated us to digital platform. But even that, instead of setting up our own, we jump into Shopee or Tokopedia, which is now owned a billion industry, but not owned by the communities. We have election within our borders, but do we ever support each other across our national boundaries to campaign for genuine people's representative and not traditional politicians of the elite? This is the question posted by Kak Raquel, which is really a good question for us to reflect. PAP is one of the member parliament candidate from a very small political party in Thailand. Look at her joining us here. And when we were talking earlier last night, she was like, I'm not sure if I can get. How many votes do you need? 350,000 votes. But coming from a very small, poor political party, we need to have that kind of solidarity to put PAP in the parliament, yeah. But I'm someone who doesn't believe in parliament, so if I'm a Thai, I'm not going to support you anyway. Thank you so much again, Ryan. Thank you so much, Fernando. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining. This is now 2:30. As a moderator of the session, we will end this thematic discussion, and then I'll pass the mic to our MC. We will have 30-minute break before we continue to the last plenary discussion. Plenary closing session. Thank you so much, everyone. Tepuk tangan sekali lagi.
Yes, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to inform you that this will be the last open session. And at the same time, to close this public session, we would like to take a group photo for the audience present at Atmajaya. So please squeeze up and move closer to the front seat so we can take a picture together. Yeah. You can move closer.
biar keisi. Ya.
Foto dulu. Ya. Jess, foto Jess. Foto bareng-bareng Jess. Sini. Apa? Kita yang penting depan. Jess, depan Jess. Nah, nah.
Gimana caranya yang orang lain masuk juga ya?
Tempelin. Yang orang ada berapa hari ini? Tapi itu belum. Boleh. Terima kasih, thank you so much. Boleh. Tahu. Ini handphone siapa tadi? Oh, portrait apa landscape? Portrait nggak masuk, nggak dapat. Coba aja nggak apa-apa ya. Satu, dua, tiga. Mbak, banyak deh. Kita nggak diajak. Nggak, ini masuk semua. Masuk.
Recording stopped.